Yo, good morning, gamers. Hope we're doing well today. All right. I think I'm just going to read through like a couple of these because I haven't really gone through them. Definitely not on stream, but I think there's at least two. There's this one for Renegade's ability tuning, which came out yesterday. And then there's this one for armor tuning, which was last week. And a weapon tuning week before. So I think I'll just read all three of these. All right, we'll start with the most recent one. All right, Hunter, our friend Crow asked us to say thank you to all the hunters out there providing feedback about Hunter endgame viability. We hear you loud and clear. Out of the three Guardian classes, Hunters have the most ability changes coming in Renegades, with more on the way in future releases. Solar Gunslinger. Our Gunslinger changes are primarily focused on making Gunslinger damage more impressive. Gunslingers typically need to be precise with their abilities, so they deserve a devastating payoff when they hit their mark. Golden Gun, Deadshot, and Six Shooter Super. Increased damage against non-boss combatants by 15%. Increased damage against boss combatants by 26%. This change removes the disparity between boss damage and non-boss damage. Golden Gun projectiles now scorch targets 40 stack base plus 10 with increased stacks fragment. When fired inside a well of radiance, Golden Gun now counts as radiant for increased damage. Nice! You no longer have to leave the well. That's probably the greatest change ever. So you can just not have to think about that anymore. Blade Barrage. Increased damage against combatants by 39%. Just as combatants, so I assume that means all, boss and regular. Proximity explosive knife, weighted knife, lightweight knife, knife trick melee. Increased damage against red bar enemies by 50%. Increased damage against other enemies by 36%. Lightweight knife increased crit multiplier from 1.3 to 1.5. Acrobatic dodge class ability increased passive energy regen rate in PvE by 112%. Jesus. Cooldown now matches Gambler's Dodge. This change allows you to buff your fire team more often. Good change. Gunpowder Gamble. Shooting the dynamite in midair now increases damage by 50%. Expands the radius and creates submunitions. Sounds good. All right. All the solar changes sound pretty good. Night Stalker. The changes to Night Stalker in this release are mostly centered on the Shadow Shot supers. We wanted Deadfall to be the best choice for weakening beefy targets, while making Mobius Quiver a top-tier damage choice. We are actively working on additional neutral game Night Stalker changes that we intend to release in Shadow and Order. In the general abilities section below, you'll find some changes to Void Fragments that will benefit Night Stalker in the meantime. Shadow Shot Deadfall Super. Tether Source now attaches to combatants on direct impact. Increased weakened effect from 30 to 35. Deadfall Tether is now the strongest weaken in the game, as it should be. That's good. Now immediately weakens and suppresses enemies in an area of effect on impact. Does it not already do that? I don't know. Mobius Quiver. While the super is active, dealing damage now increases the power of subsequent Shadow Shot attacks and bow weapons. This puts a bar on your screen that changes as you deal damage. When charged, your final shot or final two shots with Orpheus Rig deals significantly increased damage, turning it into one of the highest damage supers in the game. Increased base damage super duration from 10 seconds. Increased base super duration from 10 seconds to 16 seconds. Increased Orpheus Rig duration from 16 seconds to 20 seconds. Sounds good. Smoke Bomb increased projectile lifetime after sticking to a surface from 3 seconds to 9 seconds. Jesus. Reduced lingering smoke time in PvP from 5 seconds to 2 seconds. Reduced screen effect intensity and duration while in enemy smoke. Reduced damage against players by 16%. Note, after seeing how the previous Smoke Bomb changes landed in PvP, we're shifting Smoke Bomb back to being more of a misdirection tool than a damage tool. Being hit directly with enemy smoke will be less frustrating as a victim, while allowing it to be more effective trap decoy as the user. Arcstrider. The Arcstrider changes are light this time around. Moving forward, we'll be looking for opportunities to diversify the number of Arcstrider builds that feel powerful in endgame content. Storm's Edge. Passive energy regeneration increased by 25%. Tempest Strike reduced damage against players by 16%. Revenant. We have 2 Revenant changes for you this time around, but they're impactful ones. Shatter Dive. Shattering stasis crystals or enemies now grants frost armor. Any shatter grants full stacks in PvE and 2 stacks in PvP. Silence and Squall increase damage against combatants by 63%. Strand. Threadrunner. Our Threadrunner changes are focused on increasing team play potential with Widow's Silk and making Silk Strike more durable. Widow's Silk aspect. Looking at a grapple tangle for a short time now overrides your grenade ability with a free non-offensive grapple. Looking at a grapple angle for a short time now overrides your grenade ability with a free non-offensive grapple. This allows you to give grapple capabilities to fellow guardians who don't have strand or grapple equipped. Also works for the Navigator exotic trace. I don't understand what that means at all. How would that give your teammates grapple? Oh, wait. Yeah, what? I am so confused. Grapple tangles created near the ground now rise into the air shortly after creation. Grapple tangle base lifetime increased from 15 seconds to 20 seconds. Hitting an enemy with a grapple melee that wasn't free now creates a grapple tangle. What is... Hold on. I think I need to just open the game because maybe I just don't understand what Widow's Silk is. How would looking at a grapple give everybody else grapple? This allows you to give grapple capabilities to fellow guardians who don't have strand or grapple equipped. Also works for the Navigator. I understand, like, if there's a tangle on the ground and you look at it, you now have a grapple. How does me looking at how does that give somebody else a grapple? That doesn't make any sense. Why would you want that? If I was like randomly playing with blueberries and all of a sudden my grenade turned into a grapple for no reason, I'd be really annoyed. That just seems weird. I'm so confused. Maybe I don't know what Widow's Silk is. Hold on. I am so confused about what I read. Come on, game. Come on, low piece of shit. Jesus, this game is so slow. Almost there. Oh my god. Alright. Uh. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought it was. I am so confused. This makes no sense. Looking at a grapple tangle for a short time now overrides your grenade ability with a free non-offensive grapple. This allows you to give grapple capabilities to fellow guardians who don't have. How is it giving it to other people? Alright, moving on. That makes no sense. I think whoever wrote that fucks up something and missed something, because that just doesn't make sense. I understand that it gives you a free grapple. How does it give your teammates a grapple? All hunter subclasses. Here we have a marksman dodge ammo pickup buff to make it more consistent, and a PvP only gambler's dodge nerfed aim at lower ability spam and hunter dominance in the crucible. Looking at the data, gambler's dodge has double the usage of marksman dodge and has an outsized impact on crucible kills per minute and win rate. Marksman dodge increased ammo pickup radius from 10 meters to 15 meters. Gambler's dodge in PvP only reduced melee energy gain from 50% to 35%. Okay. Solar Dawnblade. The Warlock's Dawnblade changes are focused on Daybreak. For more info about how these interact with the Dawn Chorus exotic, see... Yeah. Daybreak Super. Increased damage against combatants by 20%. Projectiles now scorch enemies by default. Voidwalker. These changes are focused on updating some of the Voidwalker's supers to be more effective and enhance the gravity manipulation fantasy. Nova Warp. Changing the primary attack now, or charging the primary attack now pulls enemies toward the Warlock. Increased primary attack damage against combatants by 15%. Dark Blink now releases weakening Seekers. Oh. Nova Bomb Vortex now repeatedly pulls enemies toward it during its lifetime. Stormcaller. Our Stormcaller changes are focused on making Stormcaller super damage more competitive. Storm Trance. Increased maximum sustained damage bonus from 50% to 65%. Increased landfall jolt duration from 10 to 16 seconds. Chaos Reach. Increased damage against combatants by 20%. Ionic Sentry no longer blinds the user on creation. Thank God. Lightning Surge. Reduced damage against players by 16%. Jade Binder. Winter's Wrath has never been about the damage until now. We've brought up the DPS to make this competitive with other roaming supers. The Frost Pulse adjustment here is a PvP only change to compensate for the fact that the Warlock can now move while casting it. More on that below. Winter's Wrath super. Increased Shatter Wave damage against frozen targets by 210%. Frost Pulse class ability. Reduced player freeze radius from 7.5 meters to 5. Now slows players between 5 meters and 8 meters. Brood Weaver. This change to Needle Storm is a response to player feedback that it's difficult to use against bosses because the needles are often wasted on non-boss targets in the vicinity of the boss. We've updated the needle tracking priority to improve this behavior. Needles now prioritize bosses, mini-bosses, and champions over other enemies. All Warlock subclasses. These Warlock Rift changes are aimed at making the Warlock less of a sitting duck when they need healing. We're also giving Empowering Rift more love. Healing Rift and Empowering Rift. Rifts can now be cast while moving at roughly half speed. Increased... That's going to fuck PvP players super hard because you're no longer be able to use it to like stop in a dime. That's weird. Increased rift radius from 3.7 meters to 5 meters. Empowering Rift. Increased melee and grenade recharge rate while standing in Empowering Rift by 20%. Healing Rift. PvP only. Titan. Solar Sunbreaker. While we're happy to see that Titans are enjoying the return of bonk hammer builds, we also want to incentivize hammer throw skill shots, so the ability now does bonus damage at range. Hammer throw. Impact damage now increases with range. This damage increase is purely additive. The base damage is unchanged. Sentinel for the Void Titans out there who enjoy protecting your allies. This one's for you. Your shield will now auto-reload your allies' weapons and grant them overshield. That's awesome. This isn't a full return to the free reload days of old Lunafaction boots. Instead, it will reload all your allies' weapons every 2.5 seconds. When using low magazine size weapons like rocket launchers, this will require some weapon switching to take full advantage of. Additionally, using the super defensively will now supercharge your shield throw, giving you a big damage payoff for protecting your teammates. I don't know what that means. Standing behind the shield now periodically reloads all weapons every 2.5 seconds. Now grants Void Overshield to allies behind the shield. Damage bonus while behind shield reduced from 40% to 25%. Reduced? Bonus damage while behind the shield reduced from 40%. So they don't want people using this after making these changes? That's crazy. Blocking attacks now extends super lifetime. Blocking attacks and protecting allies now charges shield throw damage. This puts a bar on your screen that charges as you block attacks. And when allies are behind your shield, when charged, your shield throw deals more damage and resets the bar. Can you throw your shield while still blocking? Because if not, why would you stop blocking? Well, either way, I don't know if this is a typo. Or just... I don't know. All of these changes seem pretty good, but then damage... Reducing the bonus damage makes this horrible. So... I'm confused. I think that's gotta be a typo. Looking at Fist of Havoc's DPS, it could use a damage boost. We've added a simple mini game to the attacks to show it some love. Light attacks now increase the next heavy attack's damage. That's interesting. Behemoth, the recent Howl of the Storm changes have landed well, but it's dealing a little too much sustained DPS in some cases, outclassing every other ability in the game when used during super, hence the one PvE nerf we mentioned earlier. Howl of the Storm aspect, when used during super, increases super energy cost from 5 to 15. It would be great if they put it at 30%. The only way the Sentinel shield is useful is if it's at 40 or higher. If it's at 30 or 20 or 25 or whatever, it's useless because you're sacrificing an entire player's damage. So if you're in a raid, right, where it's the only place you would use it, instead of having 6 people damaging in a well, you only have 5 people. And it makes it literally useless. The reason why no one uses it, because you're literally sacrificing an entire player. So, like, with those above changes, making it so that it reloads people's weapons, it's somewhat... Like, if that was all they made, right, it would actually be probably used, maybe attempted to be used, because sacrificing one player while giving everybody 40% and automatic reload might be useful. So, I don't know. That's got to be a mistake. We'll see. Maybe they'll fix it. I don't know. That just seems like somebody who made that change just has never played this game before. So, hopefully somebody at Bungie realizes that that's a mistake and changes it, because that's a crazy change. This PvP only change to Banner of War as a response to player feedback. No one cares. General abilities. There are several little buffs here, and we'll add commentary when necessary. Void. Suppressor Grenade. No longer suppresses the user. Increased detonation damage by 10%. Decent. Skip Grenade now attaches to combatants. Void Fragments. Reduce the negative stat on Echo of Undermining. Echo of Provision now gives plus 10 grenade stat. Echo of Exchange now gives plus 10 melee stat. Removed negative stats from all other fragments except Echo of Starvation and Echo of Persistence. Void had more negative stats than other damage types, so we eased up on the penalties. Our goal for subclass build crafting is that there should be clear trade-offs without feeling punitive. Let me read these real quick so I know what they are. Remove negatives from all our fragments except Starvation and Persistence. Void buffs applied to you. Have increased duration. Okay, so that's obviously one that's very good. And picking up a Void Breach or an Orb of Power grants Devour. Yeah, I mean, both of those are crazy strong fragments. So it's worth the negative. What were the other? Oh, dude, they removed the -20 from undermining? Actually makes it useful, because, like, that was huge. What? Was that one of the ones that got added? Oh, no. Okay, so they just removed the negative, which is good. Oh, wait, no, they didn't. It's instead of -20, it's still -10, which is lame, but it's better, I guess. Invisibility update. Updated visuals to be slightly more visible in Crucible. Again, why? Who cares? Overshield. Enemy VFX now scales with the overshield's remaining health. This was added to allow players to eyeball how much overshield an enemy has before deciding to engage. Arc. Lightning grenade now attaches to combatants. That's funny. Flashbang grenade no longer blinds the user. Increased detonation by 10%. Strand. Threadlings that lose their target before impact will land and look for another combatant instead of exploding. This will reduce the case where your big gang of threadlings all explode on a single drag. The result is that they feel smarter and more alive. Nice. That's all. Okay. That's pretty good. Solar Hunter seem to get definitely the majority of the changes. I don't remember if there's anything else in here. Like, Warlock's got virtually nothing. Which is odd, seeing how weak Warlock is right now. But I guess Warlock did get some big exotic armor changes. Alright, next up. That was the abilities. Now we can read the armor tuning. Alright, Hunter Exotics. Graviton Forfeit. Graviton Forfeit was once a workhorse exotic in Destiny 1, but has struggled to find value in Destiny 2, especially after Void 3.0 with how abundant access to invisibility is nowadays. We've shifted this exotic into a kill streak, invis streak exotic that charges up your neutral game as you fade in and out of invisibility. Now grants improved grenade, melee, and class ability recharge rates for a moderate duration each time you become invisible. Effect stacks up to 3 times. Effect time does not deplete when you are invisible. At 3 stacks of the buff, successive triggers additionally grant a portion of Void Overshield. That sounds pretty good. I forget what Graviton does by default, so I'm going to read it real quick. Increases the duration of any invisible... Okay, so it just increases. When you are invisible, your melee recharge faster. Okay. So it does nothing other than increase invisibility effects. Omni Oculus. Given the success of other more supportive-centric exotics, we're leaning Omni Oculus into a more potent support role to allow hunters to fill in a bit of that more selfless fireteam role. Granting the effects of Beyond the Veil to allies now also starts their health and shield regen. This only applies to allies and not to the hunter themselves. That's rude. Lucky Raspberry. Lucky Raspberry and Arc Bolt grenades, for that matter, have been out of the limelight for a long time, while now due to their general slowness and low damage. They have not been out of the limelight for a long time. They've never been in the limelight in Destiny 2. We've done a pass over both Arc Bolt Grenade itself and Lucky Raspberry to help with some of their consistency issues, as well as bring them into today's build crafting options. Arc Bolt Grenade ability. Increased projectile lifetime of chain projectile. This helps it hit consistently on moving targets that are near the outer edge of the chain range. Now activates 0.1 seconds faster after the initial sensor sweep. Increased max chain range of the initial change from 7 meters to 10 meters. You gotta make it do more damage, though. That's why no one uses it. Just very weak. Now always applies Jolt on Arc Bolt Grenade hits, returns Arc Bolt energy on any application of the Jolt debuff, or triggering the Jolt chain on a target already affected by the debuff. Orpheus Rig. Alongside some ability changes coming in Renegades, we've also adjusted how Orpheus Rig benefits Shadow Shot. Look forward to more. Super Generation. Yeah, that was in the previous one. Gemini Jesters. Gemini Jesters has been updated to use the new universal disorient verb to keep the debuff effects versus players as similar as possible. We gave it some adjustments that should help it feel nearly identical to how it was prior, if not slightly more effective. We also gave it a small bump in duration against PvE combatants. Increased disorient duration against players. In addition to applying a disorient, misdirection also removes opposing players' HUDs. Increased disorient duration against PvE combatants for 2 seconds. From 2 seconds to 3 seconds. Titan. Arbor Warden. What the hell is Arbor Warden? Using your class ability channels defensive light inward, providing a grenade that creates a barricade on impact. I have never heard of this exotic in my life. Arbor Warden hasn't managed to find much of a niche since its introduction to the game. We made some changes that will let players more aggressively claim space using barricades with good planning. Picking up 3 orbs of power enhances your next barricade. Enhanced barricade spawns a Y pattern of 3 of your equipped barricade on barricade detonation. This does work with barricade modifications like Dranger's Lash or Storm's Keep. Right. Few marches have always been a strong choice in the Crucible, but have not had much of a home in PvE. With the introduction of Bolt Charge and Storm's Keep in recent releases, we wanted to expand access to Bolt Charge to other thematically appropriate sources, and Doom Archers were a perfect fit. Increased maximum chain count from 4 to 7. Each chain hit now grants 2 Bolt Charge stacks, 3 with the fragment. Glaive melees can now also trigger the chain. Ursa Furiosa. We're making some lighter quality of life improvements and bug fixes to Ursa Furiosa. In particular, the difficulty of an actively scaled... How much... That's not English. Each absorbed attack scaled the super refund, but not the grenade refunded, which made that part of the perk feel weaker and easier combat. That sentence is so fucked. It's crazy. Now properly gains super energy if damage is blocked while the player has an overshield. Super energy stored is no longer scaled based on enemy difficulty. Super energy refund meter fill rate is doubled in at power activity. Super energy refund meter fill rate is buffed by 13% in minus 40 power activities. Second chance. The hell is second chance? Gain a second charge of your shield throw melee. Your shield throw melee now weakens targets and becomes shield piercing. When you stun a barrier champ with your shield throw melee, you regain a melee charge. Well, I've never heard of it. That is the worst exotic I've ever seen. In activities without barrier champs, second chance can be a bit lackluster. While a second charge of shield throw and applying weaken is somewhat powerful, Sentinel Titan does not have much access to melee energy generation, so it struggles to get much value out of either effect, giving it a new lease on life with a shield throw-centric gameplay loop that doubles down on the Righteous Defender fantasy. Added, spawns void breaches on shield throw final blows, grants shield throw melee energy on picking up any void breach. Sentinel Shield Super's ranged attack, shield throw, now also weakens with this exotic equipped. Fixed a bug where anti-barrier shield throw melee would not bounce to more than 2 targets. Armamentarium. While a second grenade charge is somewhat powerful, no it's not, it's hard to justify choosing Armamentarium over an exotic that gives ability energy in today's sandbox. We're adding another ability to it that is focused on the armaments and ordnance fantasy that the exotic suggests. Now grants 10% grenade energy on weapon final blows. Now reloads the player's equipped weapons when using a grenade ability. Decent. Lion Rampants. Given the current state of mobility in the sandbox, we thought that Lion Rampant's restriction to only allow hip-fire shooting while in lift is no longer necessary. Fly free, fellow Titans, now allows shooting while ADS when in lift. Peacekeeper. We wanted to equalize the PK's mobility bonus with other exotics and mods that grant increased mobility. We also accidentally removed a fan-favorite hidden interaction from this exotic when we corrected an audio issue during the Edge of Fate. So we have re-added this interaction. Increased mobility bonus from 25 to 30. Re-added ability to swap load submachine guns. Warlock exotics. Nothing manacles. Charged and nothing manacles. Enhanced scatter grenades have been in an awkward spot for some time due to how much slower they deal damage in comparison to the base grenade. We made some adjustments alongside those made to alleviate some of these inconsistencies. Additionally, Nothing Manacles has gotten a new perk that lets you cascade your scatter grenades and grant some deserved value when paired with Chaos Accelerant. Charge Grenade now creates 4 more Seekers. Increased charged Seeker damage versus combatants by 25%. Improved charged Seeker tracking versus combatants. Increased charged Seeker lifetime. Charged Scatter Grenade ability. Faster final projectile speed. Exotic armor now spawns additional Scatter Seekers on Scatter Grenade kill. This effect can chain. Sounds good. Briar's Bind. Briar Binds enable a fun and unique playstyle for Void Warlock, but what the fuck is Briar's Bind? It's crazy when you're a Warlock main or just a main of any class and you don't know what an exotic is because Bungie releases so many useless exotics. Like, that should just not be a thing, but it's been a thing for years. Briar's Bind. Your Void Souls have a longer duration. They also gain escalating damage and durability as they defeat targets. You can retrieve your Void Souls. Yeah, that's so awful. But like many kill-oriented exotics, it struggles to scale into higher difficulty content. We made some adjustments to it to help it build it to its maximum benefit quicker and also give a bit more value earlier in its gameplay loop. Now needs fewer kills to max out the Briar Bind's Void Soul damage bonus, decreased to 4 from 6. Additionally, the Briar Bind's Void Soul now does more damage based on the amount of time it has been deployed on target, up to 30% more damage after 10 seconds. Storm's Dancer's Brace. The potency of Storm Dancer's Brace is almost entirely tied to the power of Storm Trance itself. In the same way we have some of the super exotics specific exotics, we've added a bit of neutral play to Storm Dancers and also a bit of quality of life to its damage bonus to help it scale better in today's sandbox. While Storm Trance is equipped, now grants Bolt Charge for arc ability hits when amplified. Now grants Bolt Charge for arc ability hits when amplified. Storm Trance damage bonus now builds on hits instead of kills. Increased max count to compensate. Now needs 30 hits to cap. Top end damage bonus is unchanged. Each target you defeat, Storm Trance increases the damage you deal with it and refunds super energy. It says while Storm Trance is equipped. I think that means while Storm Dancers is equipped. But I'm not sure. Winter's Guile. Warlocks have a much harder time scaling into melee-centric builds than both Titans and Hunter. Rather than updating Winter's Guile to essentially be the newer version of Warm God Caress, but for Warlocks, we decided on a more arcane twist. We ended up with a more Warlock-flavored version of that, incentivizing smart build crafting on how you build and spend the new benefits. A bit more effort, but a very potent reward if you manage to reach Warlord's Rage. Melee and Finisher Final Blows grant bonus melee damage. Melee's Final blows grant 1 stack. Finisher final blows grant 3 stacks. Max is 10 stacks for 400 melee damage. Stacks are lost one at a time, lasts 4.5 seconds. Once you reach 10 stacks, immediately gain 1 melee charge and enter Warlord's Rage when you activate your melee ability. You have 10 seconds to activate the Warlord's Rage. While in Warlord's Rage, gain dramatically increased melee regen speed, gain faster melee speed, melee damage bonus increases to 500%, lasts 10 seconds, lose all stacks once Warlord's Rage ends. Good change. Which reminds me, I need to farm for Winter's Guile. I don't think I have any. Let's see. Nope, not a one. And then obviously, I already read this to myself. I'm not even going to attempt to say the name of this exotic. Warlocks have long asked for a super damage increasing exotic alongside the likes of Curious or Nighthawk. We believe that this is less interesting as an effect for a brand new exotic, that we could instead offer this as a new piece of pre-existing one. After all, what is Needlestorm if not a bunch of supercharged arcane needles? Hitting a target with 5 Needlestorm super projectiles now will also activate the suspending burst. The burst caused by the super deals radically increased damage to all targets caught in the radius. This burst should allow Needlestorm to feel like a damage contender with the likes of Curious. Hopefully. Sucks that it doesn't give any numbers, but that's okay. Dawn Chorus. This one's a spoiler for next week's ability tuning article. We're buffing Solar Warlock's Daybreak super damage by 20% and letting Daybreak scorch targets by default. Essentially, we're shifting some of the Dawn Chorus functionality into the base super. The end result is that Dawn Chorus plus Daybreak damage is being increased by 5%. And the combo will now allow you to cause ignitions with a single projectile. And with our new exotic universal ornaments feature coming in Renegades, looking like a bug while doing it is now optional. Daybreak plus Dawn Chorus damage increased by 5%. Total scorch stacks increased. Nice. Let me read this last one. Alright. HUD buff priority update. Most of the character HUD buffs, the buffs that appear against the left side of the screen, have received a priority iteration. It is now much less likely that a player with lots of buffs will have an important buff hidden by a less important one. Artifacts new gear bonus. The new gear bonus no longer scales with gear tier. Bonus weapon damage for new gear weapon is now 5%. Bonus incoming damage reduced. All exotics now count as new gear. Thank God. Stasis freeze. We've updated how frozen targets take increased or decreased damage from weapons based on their ammo type and fixed a handful of other outliers that were doing less damage than intended. Increased Ariana's Vow and Leviathan's Breath bonus damage to frozen targets from 5% to 10%. Fixed an issue where Forerunner, Micro Missile, Pulse Rifles, and new Malpius did not deal any increased damage to frozen target. Fighting Lion and though primary ammo weapons will still get the 10% damage bonus to targets. What? Combat Flare Socket. Updated Combat Flare to be reordered under Weapon Cosmetics. Turning the shaders to its left side. Sorry for breaking muscle memory. Disorient. All the following now use a new universal disorient setup in the same way as we handle subclass verbs. This will ensure disorient effects are consistent and predictable across all gameplay atoms that use it, and opens us up to potentially do more with it in the future. Overall, it will still function as expected. Combatants cover their eyes and won't shoot back while players' screens will turn bright while their HUD is removed. The effects as the victim is... Okay. Ammo systems. In PvE, we wanted to focus on 3 main things. Giving support and objective players more ways to earn ammo that don't rely on getting kills directly. Fixing some bugs with specific weapons that were making it harder to earn ammo. Increasing a handful of exotic weapons and weapon archetypes usability by shifting their ammo economies. Alongside this, we also needed to bring down a handful of performance outliers by a small amount. Reintroduced ammo scout mods on the helmet. That's amazing and hilarious. Why did you delete them in the first place? Which will spawn an ammo brick for your allies whenever you fill your corresponding meter. The amount of ammo in the bricks is dependent on the number of scout mods you have equipped. Ability assists will now generate a small amount of ammo meter progress. Granting buffs, radiant overshield, etc. to allies will grant a small amount of ammo meter progress when they land final blows while buffed. Fixed an issue where glaive projectile kills were not getting correctly scaled by the ammo generation stat. Fixed an issue where machine guns and Lord of Wolves were getting less ammo than intended from scavenger mods. Increased the following exotic weapons ammo per brick amounts. Truth, Heir Apparent, Colony, Prospector, Darcy, Salvation Script. Increase the following weapons subfamilies ammo per bricks amount. Heavy burst slugs, rapid fire shotguns. Reduced the following weapon subfamilies ammo per enhanced brick amounts. Micro missile pulse rifles. We're reducing a few weapon perks, ammo generation bonuses. These used to provide such large numerical bonuses because inventory stat values needed to pass certain thresholds to have an effect, but now that every point of ammo generation matters, their buffs are outsized compared to other options for investment. Air trigger, field prep, envious arsenal. Weapon archetypes. Sidearms. While semi-auto sidearms are very strong in the hands of controller players, on mouse and keyboard they can struggle due to the barrel moving upwards and covering the target for an extended duration. We've done some custom tuning in a handful of sidearms to experiment with a less obtrusive recoil animation, and we'll be rolling it out gradually to help provide more options for sidearm gameplay on mouse and keyboard outside of just the heavy bursts. Submachine guns. Submachine guns, inverse to the issue with sidearms we mentioned above, we are seeing many controller players struggle to use submachine guns outside of very close range due to difficulty maintaining accuracy throughout the engagement. We have also been slowly increasing the range submachine guns can operate in to give them some breathing room versus sidearms and spread shot hand cannons, and we'll be continuing that process with the popular lightweight subfamily. Pulse rifles. Rapid fire pulse rifles are lagging the other more popular pulse rifle subfamilies in terms of both PvP and PvE effectiveness, so we have increased their base damage slightly to grant them easier access to both. These are all PvP changes. Lows, lull. Fusion rifles. With the increased special ammo gains in the Crucible, fusion rifles have been signaled out by the community as being problematic with higher uptime. Rescaling the charge times will provide a better balance between subfamilies, and the reduction to DPS from the slightly slower charge times is more than offset by the increase to PvE damage for the adaptive precision and high impact frames. In addition, this makes it less punishing to increase your charge time and less beneficial to reduce it, which will help to provide better variety in terms of perk selection among fusion rifles. Shotguns, while prevalent in Crucible, have almost all their usage and have fallen behind other options in PvE. We have buffed all pellet shotgun frames damage in PvE by varying degrees, and we have also buffed the damage against players for the aggressive and lightweight frame shotguns. Adding a 2.5 bonus increase to rapid fires is actually like such a slap in the face. That's nothing. Like, shotguns are so bad. They literally just admitted shotguns are so bad. That does nothing. Lightweight frame increased damage per pellet by 1 damage, dude. You'd have to, if you made this by 100 damage, they still wouldn't be good enough. Oh. Snipers have seen their effectiveness increase since we started guaranteeing them 2 shots from drop bricks in PvP. These are all PvP changes. Holy shit. Debuff. Debuting with Edge of Fate, this new archetype has become near ubiquitous with the kinetic slot. In reviewing our data, players feel almost pressured to run this weapon to fit the meta due to its ammo uptime, strong damage profile, and ease of use. With Mint Retrograde being in the kinetic slot around 45% of the time, we feel this is a bit unhealthy and too dominant. Therefore, we are going to let it keep its power on the battlefield, but rein in the ammo economy by reducing reserves and the amount of ammo acquired per enhanced brick slightly. With buffs to other weapon types like shotguns, changes to a suite of exotics and new weapons to chase with novel gameplay and renegades, we feel this makes more of a diverse selection in loadouts and power fantasies. For players who really favor Mint Retrograde or want to try their hands with the new Rocket Pulse rifle and renegades, buildcraft options are expanded slightly for ammo generation and scout, returning and more assist play contributing. Meaning ammo uptime can be solved for. We don't make this change lightly. You make this change because you're morons. Let's be honest. Reduce the base reserve ammo for rocket pulses from 18 to 14. That's so stupid. Reduce enhance. Like, the reason why people are using the rocket pulse is because it's new. Not necessarily that strong. It's just new. It's something new to use. You also force us to use new weapons with the shitty new mod, which only allows you to equip new weapons. So, like, that's the reason why people are using this. It's not because it's, like, 10,000 times stronger than anything else. It's not. Like, people are using it because it's new. But again, you don't play your game, so you don't know that. Nerfing rocket pulse. I'd rather you nerf the damage, because the damage isn't that great, than reduce the ammo. Reducing ammo is what makes Destiny so boring. Like, they killed rocket sidearms this way, now they just killed rocket pulses doing the same fucking thing. They're so stupid. The sandbox team is so bad. It's insane. Swords. With the slashing behind us, we took a look at some underlying weirdness that has persisted in swords since their inception way back in the Taken King. Now, swords, when empty, should perform more like swinging an empty hilt than swinging your fist. Reduced empty sword swing damage. What? Okay, the other two articles are really good. This article is awful. There is nothing good in here. It's crazy. There's still a lot to come, but holy shit, this article is so bad. You can tell that this was, like, this comes straight from the sandbox team, because they're the worst part about Destiny. They've always been the worst part about Destiny, unfortunately. Destiny would be a lot better off if they had a whole new sandbox team, just to mix it up, because, god, dude, the sandbox team is so bad. These are all PvP changes. Suros regime is a solid, versatile workhorse. Again, these are all PvP changes, man. No one gives a shit about PvP. Collective Obligation. In the right build, Collective Obligation is potent, but asks quite a lot of the player. It's just a lie. It's not potent. That's terrible. It's a really bad exotic. But again, you've never played the game. Current version requires you or your fire team to provide a source of volatile weaken and suppression for the weapon to leech from to get the most out of it, which isn't always practical or feasible with currently viable builds or available artifact perks. We've relaxed that requirement somewhat by adding a very slow rate of leeching debuffs on any damage dealt with the weapon. This can open this up to more prismatic or non-void builds and relax some of the need to deploy every debuff yourself on void-centric builds. Added a very slow rate of leeching effects on unaffected targets. Gives each effect an order of effectiveness with around a full mag of hits. Volatile weaken suppression also charges the leech mode at the same rate. Symmetry. Witherhoard has been feeling a bit lackluster since the nerf to autoloading holster, but prior to the nerfs it was not problematic. Plus, area denial grenade launchers can cover more of the battlefield a bit more easily. Rather than simply reverting that nerf, we thought we'd break the bank and let it shine as an iconic swap-focused weapon. Reduce silent alarm auto-load time from 3.5 seconds to 2 seconds. Problem with Witherhoard, the reason why people don't use Witherhoard is because you can't have multiple people in a fire team use it, which makes it awful. You know, if you have a raid, that 1 out of 6 people can use it. That's horrible. Making it so that one person can shoot it, autoload it, 1.5 seconds faster does not change anything. No, it's a weird change. Duality is the best of both world style exotic, but we still think it could be just a little better in terms of its hip fire effectiveness. Ruinous Effigy. has seen niche usage over time, but could still use a bit of attention. We've updated its catalyst to grant a damage bonus to the weapon after any final blow, or damage to a mini boss or higher target to help the weapon loop into its next orb or burn down priority targets. Catalyst now grants a 30% damage buff to the trace rifle when killing anything with the transmutation orb or damaging a mini boss with the transmutation orb. Izanagi's Burden, with the character stat rework and weapons focused builds now being more of a supported playstyle, we've re-enabled the special reload on Izanagi's Burden to be able to benefit from the reload speed stat and similar effects. Get those Izanagi swap builds back out of the vault. Special reload once again scales with reload speed stat. Tessellation. This fusion rifle offers a variety of strong subclass synergy options, but can feel sluggish to use due to the special reload. While we wanted to maintain the longer special reload time due to the power of the shot, we opted to reduce the friction of it in other ways while offering additional benefits on top of its existing ones. Further encourage use with Transcendence. Property undecidable. Final Blows now grants 2.5% light and dark transcendent energy and grants bonus time to Transcendence while active. Fixed an issue where Transcendence grenade chunk energy gains were not scaling based on the grenade stat. Property irreducible. While Transcendence is active, special reload shots now deal 25% more damage when combined with the Transcendence damage buff. Special reloading now reloads the mag from reserves, and now you can special reload while you have 0 ammo in the mag. Catalyst. Increased applied scorch stacks and slow stacks. Subclass keyword application is now near immediate, though it still does not apply before the primary explosion. Updated the timing of the reload for Tessellation and Jotun so that ammo is added to the magazine slightly sooner, properly lining up with the animation. Deathbringer. Deathbringer is potent and chaotic to wield. That's just not true. Sometimes a bit more than is worth the effect. We've narrowed the spread of the secondary projectile to make it a bit more predictable to hit targets directly under where you choose to deploy the cluster. Black Talon is strong in its own way. Who wrote this article, dude? Is this person playing a completely different game than I am? Struggles to keep up in today's build crafting world. We've made a few changes in this pass, allowing it to fit better in void-oriented builds, while also carving away some of its extreme ammo hunger like we did with Worldline Zero and Heart Shadow. Heavy attack now suppresses on hits. If target is already suppressed, it spreads to nearby targets. On hits, gives a 10% damage boost per void debuff on the targets for 2 seconds. Reduced heavy attack cost to 3 ammo for 4. Added duelist trance trait. Increased max reserve ammo. Deterministic Chaos has a good ammo economy and decent total damage, but it needs to be reloaded frequently and lacks a distinct gameplay fantasy next to Thunderlord. New effect. Releasing the trigger after a decimal projectile pulls 12 rounds into the magazine from reserves. Releasing the trigger after... What the fuck does that mean? What is this? While holding down the trigger, every 4th heavy metal projectile also weakens targets on impact. Worldline Zero. With the changes in the 9 patch, Worldline Zero faced a frustrating bug causing the Tesseract attack to deal much less damage than intended. We've remedied that with the following, as well as giving it a little extra love to make up for the missed damage during Season of Reclamation. Fixed an issue where Tesseract was only hitting 1 instance of damage instead of the usual 5. Increased the damage instances via Tesseract from 5 to 7. Reduced time between these instances. Fixed an issue where chaining Tesseract was inconsistent if the player had the Worldline Zero Catalyst equipped. Reduced the cost of chain Tesseract blinks from 20% sword energy to 10%. Wolfsbane. With Wolfsbane pulled through time and into our hands, we are largely happy with how people have reacted to it, but it shipped a little under where we wanted. Where it should feel like a weapon that encourages you to reap from your foes, the juice at current doesn't feel worth the squeeze. Increased damage of light attack by 8%. Increased nano assault duration to 12 seconds. Increased swarm NATO damage by 20%. Returned axe handles. Increased damage resistance on each handle. Increased damage resistance. Reduced internal cooldown on subroutine. Adjusted damage increase when used on afflicted targets to ramp slightly quicker. Rampage is the original damage perk, but has fallen out of favor as more desirable perk options have been added. We want Rampage to remain a solid damage perk option that any player can pick up and find success with, and to achieve this, we've added some flexibility to the timer. Now loses only 1 stack of the damage buff when the timer expires. Box breathing. Box breathing has fallen behind in PvE, and mostly because it would buff the precision scaler of the weapon. Different weapon types would see different damage increase values. We decided to retune how box breathing's damage buff is applied to simplify the setup, which in turn increases the value on most weapon types. Box breathing now provides a flat 40% buff to your next shot's precision damage for all existing weapon types and 30% for the new heavy ammo sniper. This works out to be a buff of around 10% for existing snipers. And awful. Shot swap. Shot swap fails to provide enough of a benefit to feel worth choosing. Raytech Legacy was made for Esper's host. It was tuned particularly for the weapons it was on at the time. These weapons all had dependable amounts of damage instances they might be able to cause on each trigger pull. With its expansion out to other weapons now, we've seen it dramatically overperform when paired with perks that break this expectation. So we are tuning it accordingly to adjust the outliers. Increased gains for rocket launchers from 10% per rocket to 17%. No longer activates from explosions caused by perks or from Gallahorn micro missiles. I don't even know what Bray Legacy is. Ice Stinger was newly added to the shotguns and fusions in the Edge of 8, but didn't work properly with them. We fixed this. Fixed an issue where the Vice Stinger origin trait wasn't working. Bewildering Burst. With the changes to Disorient, yeah, that is one of the worst sandbox articles I have ever read. I don't think there was a single thing in that entire article that was like good, where I was like something happened to a weapon archetype or anything that was like actually good. Genuinely. 90% of that was PvP, which, again, why? No one plays PvP. PvP is awful. It's the worst part about Destiny. It should just be removed at this point. Thank God. I mean, that was the first article. And obviously I'm reading them backwards because I didn't read them. But like the other two articles were very good. This one and this one, very good articles. A lot of good changes, a lot of good stuff. The weapon sandbox updates, I don't think there was a single one in there. Honestly, not a single thing that was a good or made it a change. Like which is crazy because like the sandbox needs to be massively changed every expansion, or else it's just boring. Like for people that play, if you're not using any new weapons, you're always using the same meta. It gets very boring. The fact that there was not a single major change in that entire fucking very long article is just insane to me. But overall, these two are good. Let me do a refresher real quick for anybody that missed it. This is the exotics. I don't think Hunters didn't really have any good changes. Titans, I mean, maybe Dune Marchers could be interesting with the bolt shard changes. Warlocks really got the biggest change, which they needed because Warlocks are just so horrible right now. They're by far the worst of the three classes in PvE. But Warlocks got two really good ones. The Winter's Guile change should be interesting. I'll obviously have to see how it plays out in game, but on paper, it sounds awesome. Having like some form of melee build on warlocks sounds good. And then the super damage for the strand super sounds really good as well. Both of those sound really good. Then Hunter ones are like not bad. They're just like Airtime Forfeit, I guess, is an interesting change to just maybe give you more abilities because it just makes it so your grenade, melee, and class ability are constantly recharging. So maybe that'll be good. Just don't really know if people are with the sandbox changes to subclasses. There wasn't really added to play Void. I don't. So this is why it's weird to do such a big change to Graviton when Void is not getting any changes. Like Solar is the big thing, and then like these exotics are not everything but Solar, right? So it's like Void, Void, Arc, Void, PvP. But then like all of the good sandbox updates are to Solar. So it's kind of odd. Like they didn't think that out. But anyways, so the super stuff, Hunter Solar sounds like it'll be really fun in PvE. A lot of changes, like Blade Barrage getting a damage increase, Golden Gun getting damage increase. Acrobat Dodge sounds like it'll be way better than it currently is. Maybe Gunpowder Gambit would be good as well. What else? Kind of like the previous article. The exotic changes to Warlock are really good, but the subclass changes I feel like are all bad. Or like not bad, but they don't do anything. Like no one's playing Dawnblade in PvE. You would be an idiot if you were doing that. Voidwalker is just they would have to do some massive changes to Void to make Voidwalker useful. It just has bad supers. The only thing that Voidwalker has going for it is Devour. The rest of it is just bad grenades, bad abilities, bad supers. So I just don't really think this does anything. Stormcaller is kind of the same thing. Stormcaller has like the Ionic Sentry is dope, but the supers are just so bad. It needs a new super. Yeah, kind of the same thing. Like the exotic changes to Warlock are really, really good, but the super stuff, the subclass stuff, I don't think changes anything. And then Titan, this one's weird. I hope it's an error. I hope that this line right here is an accident. Like someone just accidentally put this in because it makes no sense. These Sentinel changes sound awesome. Like standing behind the shield, reloads weapons every 2.5 seconds. That's fantastic. Grants an overshield. That's fantastic. Blocking extends the super lifetime. That's fantastic. But changing the damage bonus from 40 to 25% just instantly kills this. So I hope whoever wrote this just accidentally fucked this up and accidentally added that. Hopefully that's wrong, because I feel bad for the people that made these changes, because these are all good changes, and then just this immediately makes this useless and no one will ever play Sentinel. So hopefully like the community has done a good job of expressing that so that Bungie can fix that, because I think that's a mistake. Yeah. What else? I feel like there was some other decent stuff in here. Oh, the Void Fragment stuff is good. Removing like all the super negatives on the Void Fragments is good. That helps. More weak to Renegades can't come quick enough. Yep. Yeah. A lot of words. My throat hurts after reading all that. For me as a Warlock main, I'm hoping that I can get. I already got the. I don't know how to say this stupid exotic, but I already got this chest piece, and then now I gotta try to get a Winter's Guile. I'm excited, can't wait for Renegades. I know not everyone is. Yeah. I mean, Destiny's just not very fun right now. The portal kind of really hurts Destiny. It makes it very unfun. Not a lot of reason to play Destiny. Hopefully there's something new, something that's fun in Renegades. Hopefully, I don't know. Everything they've showed is definitely not like anything. Like everything they've shown in the trailers and stuff doesn't look good. But maybe they're hiding something. That's pretty much the only hope, I think, for most people. But I think the whole Star Wars thing just instantly hurts. When your selling point for an expansion is that, oh, look, it's Star Wars, that's not a good thing. Even if you love Star Wars, that's not a good thing because it means that the content itself isn't good and you're trying to sell it based on another thing's name, which I'm very afraid of. Normally it means you know that your content's not good, so we're going to try to sell it based on the popularity of Star Wars, which I think is silly. All right, how do I get some exotics? I guess you can still do the whole lost sector thing, can't you? Where the fuck is it? Oh god, if it's on Neptune, that pretty much makes it dead. Fuck! Damn it, I was gonna farm exotics, but it's on Neptune, man. Oh, wait. Wait, is it on every planet? Now I'm just confused. Wait, it's on... You can do the lost sectors on every single planet now? Yo? Okay, never mind. When the fuck did they do that? We'll go to my lost sector. We will go to my lost sector. Okay. Do you guys at any point have any questions about the stuff I read? Feel free to ask or whatever. I will try to answer. But overall, like I said, the first two, the last two sandbox like articles like about the ability changes and about the exotics seem pretty good. Seems like there's some fun stuff in there for everybody. Like I said before, the things I'm definitely most excited for is the Strand chest piece actually giving Warlocks a damage super for the first time ever is exciting. Hopefully those changes actually land, because that Strand super has definitely been dead since it launched, and Warlocks never having a damage super has always been annoying. So hopefully both things are good. Because there was two changes made. The exotic chest piece works like basically if all of your super hits the boss, it just automatically gives it more damage. But they didn't say any numbers. They didn't say what the damage buff was. So hopefully it's at least like a 100% buff. And then the other change was that the needles will stop going after non-bosses when bosses are like in view, which also is good. I already got a random exotic drop. That's hilarious. Why does this unstop have so much health? What? That's... I may have grabbed that out of habit. It's like this one. I need my BBs, man. I miss the BBs. Takes me back to the good old days. I should probably put on an actual heavy since my sword. Guess I can use it here. Ew. Damn. Unlucky. I think I got that random exotic. So crazy that you just don't get anything from the Lost Sector if you don't get an exotic. Like, such a weird, not respecting players' time. It should be a guaranteed exotic or a guaranteed something if you're not going to give them the exotic. A guaranteed golf ball, I guess. I don't personally like that. Wouldn't want that, but it's better than nothing. When you do, when you complete the Lost Sector and don't get an exotic, you just don't get anything. It's crazy. At least give them something, man. Wait, why is that? The hell? Why did it despawn? No, I didn't mean to do that. I got my nade back. Over 2. I can end up getting a decent roll on this. I have to go back, look at all the exotics to see if there was any others I might want to try to get a roll on. It could be interesting. Oh. No. I just pushed him with that finisher. Oh, that's funny. Hey, we got one. 1 for 3. Right. Probably try to get at least get one more and then go to the tower and open a couple. Why did I just keep launching in? I hate that I have to do this every time. I'm too high up. Or too low, I mean the ceiling. My stupid fucking thing is hitting the damn ceiling. I'm dead. I'm 100% dead. Why am I frozen, man? There is no stasis in this fucking lost sector. There's never been any stasis in this fucking lost sector. Come on. Aw. Really weird that these old... Why are there old weapons in here? Morning, Kyle. What the fuck? What the hell happened to me? Jesus. I mean, the BBs are still here. You just don't get BBs. You just get Glimmer. I agree, though. I miss my BBs. You know what the best part about this build is, man? I don't even have to think about champs. It also deals with almost all the champs by itself. Easy mode. Non-exotic. Common my ass, man. I've gotten 1 exotic in 6 runs. That's not very common. That doesn't feel very common. Good morning. The real ultra nerd. Good morning, dude. Started Shangri-La yesterday. Only 1 episode in so far, but seems good. I'm excited for you, man. I really enjoyed that anime. And I kind of put it off for a little bit. I think I told you why, because of my other experience with the video game anime. But that was a really fun anime. Really enjoyed that one. No, he's healing. Ah! Damn it, man! Where's my exotics? You finished anything yesterday in the craft? I ended up passing out. I never returned. Hi, Miwa. I moved my stuff. Nice. No, that's not. Better bud. The destination is the thumbnail from? That's not from a destination. It's just a, it's like a Photoshop image. God damn, what the fuck just happened to me? Huh! I hate that it always puts it in linear mode. We don't want the linear mode, man. Hey, we got another one. Thank God. Yeah, no, that's not from a Destiny destination. That's just a I can't even fucking think of the word right now. That's just a creation I paid for. It'd be pretty cool though if it was an actual DLC location. Yeah. Why was that random one only at 200? That's weird. All right, let's see if we can get a winner's guile. What did I finish? Oh. All right. So Winter's Guile is melee build. What do I want this set to? I don't think melee, because melee strength is ass. Probably Paragon for super strength. Then random. Hopefully the random lands in a grenade, probably. Huge. It's kind of funny how I've never farmed for a tier 5 mint. I have more Midas? That's a very good Midas. I have all these fucking low tier ones. I gotta clean my vault before next week. Nice. That's actually exactly what I wanted on the trace, I think. Envious Arsenal, Subsistence, Redirection, and Detonator Beam. Yeah. Nice. Useless masterwork, but that's okay. Should would have gotten a buff to trace ammo, man. Bring them back into the fold. They were fun. Do I have a melee build prepared for next? I have that one. Oof. Those could be better. Those are just downright shit. Damn. I don't have a single chest piece. Maybe I should... I mean, I got a week to farm. Oh, I don't need arms because the arms will be the... I do need a chest piece. Legs were good. Sort of. They both class, man? Oh, nice. These are good. Alright. I mostly just... I need a chest piece. Something bad. Unless I have one in my vault, which I doubt. Reason this is in my vault. Paragon, but not grenade. But I mean, it's better than nothing, I guess. Alright, so we set this to Paragon. Alright, see if we can get a Winter's Guile. How many of these do I have left? Okay, Winter's Guile. 5 ciphers? Yeah. I think we just got a perfect roll. I think that's as good as it gets. Until they fix exotics. That's 30 super, 20 melee, 11 grenade is the random stat. I think that's genuinely perfect. Don't know why Ultimate Node Avalon Conquest feels so much tough, even with proper build. Tons of ads. Maybe it's because of teammates. Do what now? Mm-hmm. All right, let's make a Winter's Guile build in preparation. People are joining with double primary loadout into minus 50 activity. Yeah, there's a lot of dummies around. That's a very normal occurrence in Destiny 2, the game. I need to go get a chest piece so bad. All right, so realistically, I would want to go Lightning Surge and I guess Devour, yeah. More protection? What? Okay. Damn, that class item is actually so perfect. That's what I would want on all of them. This one is legs need to be better. I'm probably gonna go farm some of this stuff. Oh, I haven't even started moving my fragments yet. I will change my fragments. I'm setting up the armor first. Ugh. Yeah, my armor is definitely it's wrong. So I should have extra 5 there, which would be at 80. 5 there, 85. 5 there, 90. And then I'm just 1 mod away, which I assume I don't have any melee mods on. No, I don't. Alright, so then your arc void grenades targets. Your void grenade weakens targets, and your arc grenade jolts. I think I would take that off. Is there a plus 10 melee? Yes. Is there more than one? I think so. Lifting an LL tango or destroying engines. Yeah, that one's good. And then oh yeah, and there's projection. Oh yeah, that's what you were saying. Okay. So then I would need, obviously I always want faceted courage on. I can't read this one. You can never read this one. Finishers create a detonation that either jolts or makes. Okay, so we can take that one off for protection. And while you have an elemental buff, your class ability, yeah, we don't need that one as well. Then we would want. I have an arc solar void buff your ability. I either want more super or more grenade, I think, realistically. Ooh, or faceted blessing, actually, probably. Purpose? Thinking of an orb power grants either a bolt charge. Yeah, that one's also really good. I don't know. Faceted blessing's nuts too, because melee final blows start health regeneration, which you're obviously doing a lot. Which means I could probably take off Facet of Honor for that. And then Purpose. That would probably be the melee build. And then I would probably go Needle Storm and hop swap to Metiodoxia, however you say that exotic. Yeah, this would be the build. Damn. So this will be 200 when I fix my armor. But which means I should be able to get... Oh yeah, my chest piece is just terrible. So I should be able to have 100 grenade as well. Yeah, this would be my... This would be the build. I am going to go try to fix my... I'm going to try to get a chest piece. So I'm going to do that for a little bit. And then we'll probably farm some more exotics to see what we can get. Let me pull up that article again to see what other things were buffed. Might switch to a different character. I don't know. Sure, there's plenty of exotics to farm, right? Maybe a graviton. Don't really see myself using the other ones. I've never used this exotic. It sounds pretty awful. I don't know. I mean, it's an interesting change. I don't even know what I've never even seen what it does. Like the fact that you'll spawn 3 of these barricades, maybe that's interesting. And you could pair that with Drangers or Storm's Keep, which is interesting. Like Drangers, you could send out a bunch of fucking. I don't remember what Storm's Keep. Oh, Storm's Keep is ult charge. Interesting. Yeah. Yeah, maybe I'll farm that. I don't know. Has anybody ever used that exotic before? I never even heard of it until I was reading the blog. Okay. I thought I was dead there. Bruh. Wait, can I focus the chess piece specifically? I think I can. Yeah, it must be set to bond. I should change that. Forgot you could focus these. Damn it. What the? That's Yami no Kami. What am I farming for? I am farming some melee armor in preparation for Winter's Guile buff, so that I have a good melee build for it. Mostly just need a chest piece, I think. I'm gonna get it perfect, so I need a chest piece first, but I have some other things that I also picked in the build. Ass. I need a chest piece, and then I need a better helmet and better legs. Technically, I need 3 pieces. I have a perfect build. My chest piece is horrible. I don't have a decent chest piece at all. That is like the one thing I just don't need. I don't even know if this is actually perfect or not. I have the 200. Ow. I am farming for melee armor to prepare for the Winter's Guile changes in a week. So I'm just trying to get melee armor. Perfect set of melee armor on my Warlock. Oh yeah, my chest piece isn't even perfect on this. Start. Alright, man. Why is the focusing not working out? Needles main rise up. Yes, sir. I already got my chest piece. Ass, bro. I love when the Paragon mod works. Dude! Neither of those. Right here. It's not perfect. It doesn't have 20 super. Maybe I should try to get a perfect one. But it has, the two are good. Oh, good. A machine gun. Yay. Well, the ghost doesn't work, period. They need it. I don't understand the point of having the ghost mod not be 100%. It should just give you what you set it to. There's already so much RNG in this game. We don't need more RNG. RNG and if the ghost mod works. It's just silly. Like, even if it works, even if it's guaranteed to be Paragon every single time you have Paragon equipped, what it doesn't do is it doesn't guarantee you the third stat, which is RNG, which it should be. There's nothing wrong with that. Some RNG is good. Not tons of RNG, man. Crazy. Oops. All right, man. I've been a rhyme coat main lately. I was using it when it first came out with Devour and just constantly have it. It was pretty fun. This is my jam though, dude. This Buddy's build is just so stupid. So strong. Pretty nuts with basically 0 cooldown. You just destroy. Yeah. Bruv. This is the AFK build, man. I'm not even shooting. Look. Later, dude. Bitch. I needed to improve my legs too, didn't I? Yeah, fuck. You want to see the rave party that was held outside of a cathedral in Slovakia that Pope Leo hosted? A pope throwing a rave party. It was definitely not on my 2025 bingo card. Not. Oh, I did not hear about that. If I was mad I didn't have Mary Taylor Greene been somewhat sane on that bingo card either. I don't know who that is. On the bars? Ow. No idea who that is. Too many fucking politicians. Any ideas on what hunter build I should bring it with me in Renegades? Solar sounding pretty pretty nuts. I could see solar being pretty fun in Renegades. A lot of good solar changes. In terms of like specifics, you could probably go a couple different ways. I mean, Blade Barrage is getting buffed, so you could use Blade Barrage with fuck, what's that exotic called? It's been so long. The one that the arms that give you Blade Barrage back. Shards of Galanor, thank you. Yeah, that. So Shards might be back. But Golden Gun's also getting like substantial buffs. So obviously Nighthawk during damage phase, but like when you're not in damage phase, I would say I have to look. Honestly, I've never really like Solar's just never been good. So, I have to look at like what kind of neutral game exotics would be fun for Hunter, for Solar. Let me look real quick. Let me take a gander. So obviously, like I said, Celestial for Golden Gun damage during boss fight, but like before that, you could hot swap to Celestial. I would say, let's see. Actually, let me pull up the. I don't think there was any. There was no Hunter exotics for Solar buffed, right? Yeah, no. Void, Arc, Void, PvP. But the exotics didn't get any changes. But let's see. So Shards, like I said, for Blade Barrage. Nighthawk for Golden Gun. Like Hunter just has really bad neutral game exotics that are just bland, that aren't specific to a class. I don't really have any that are like beneficial. I mean that's a Solar, but like it's just not good. Even though the knives are all getting buffed. Your proximity knife scorches targets. It damages with its explosions or unites targets on final blows. Throwing a proximity knife, you can increase melee regeneration. I mean, you could use that, I guess, for with the knife changes. Star Raiders. Yeah, I mean, you could also use Star Raiders with Blade Barrage. But I'm talking specifically not boss damage. I'm about. I actually don't even have a Hunter exotic. That's funny. Probably buy that, huh? Or do I have to beat the campaign? I think I have to beat the campaign to get that, don't I? Could use Frosties. Couldn't think of anything good. You could use Frosties. You could sprint around and get your grenade and melee and dodge constantly with Solar. Only Void, Orpheus. Well, if you're going to go Void, you could use Graviton. Graviton's Orphid's getting a pretty substantial buff. While you're Invis, you're constantly getting melee and grenade energy recharge rate, which is nuts because it already buffs how long you last in Invis. And then to go Invis on Hunter is really easy, right? Either Shade Step or a melee. So Graviton will be nuts. I would farm for a really good Graviton. If you're a Hunter main, I would farm for a very good Graviton. I would farm for a very good Graviton if you like Void, and I'd also farm for a very good Orpheus rig, so you could use Graviton until boss damage, and then when you get to boss damage, switch to Orpheus. And you can either go, you can go either way. You can go regular tether, single shot tether with Orpheus, or quiver for big boy damage with Orpheus. It affects both. So that would be fun. I actually might end up switching my Hunter at some point and farming Orpheus and Graviton. Because I haven't really played my Hunter much in the last, year. This Hunter's just kind of boring to me because I've played it too much in the past. So, yeah, if you want to go Void, I would say farm those two exotics. They're going to be pretty nuts. Like I said, you could go Frosties on Solar if you wanted to do Solar. And then obviously there's Prismatic, which I didn't even mention. And if you're on Prismatic, then you have Class Item. that you can hot swap onto. Orpheus rig with multi-bow will be so much damage. Multi-bow? What do you mean multi-bow? Bows like weapons? Or you mean like the quiver shot? Saying Hunter Void is good again? Hunter Void's always good, yeah. But it's getting a substantial like changes and buffs. The ult? Oh, okay, yeah. The multi-shot quiver shot with Orpheus should be really good. They said it's a big boy damage buff. Yeah, I'll actually switch to my Hunter a little bit and farm those exotics and armor. Actually, I don't... Oh, dude, no, I've never beat the campaign on... I can't farm armor on my Hunter. I hate that, dude. I hate that you can't have access to this on other characters. Ugh. Can't even farm armor if I wanted to. Dumbest shit ever. If I want to farm this armor on my Hunter, I would have to play through the entire story on Legendary Campaign. Again, for the third fucking time. And that campaign is miserable experience. The worst campaign I've ever played in any video game, not just Destiny. It's the worst campaign I've ever played in any video game. It's so fucking awful. It's so long. Everything's tanky as fuck. I hate it. I hate it. What's the best way to farm those exotics right now? Get shard, focus on Rahul or something else. The best way to farm the exotics, you just do a lost sector. Like, not in the portal. The regular lost sectors, like on the planets, just farm whatever lost sector you find to be the fastest. Because I think every planet has is unlocked nowadays. I was doing Dreaming City because that lost sector is extremely fast. I'll show you because I'm gonna go back to doing that. After I'm trying to get a fucking decent roll on the chest piece, and then I'll go back to farming. Tedious or very tedious? I saw a drop. Not. Eyes are playing tricks on me. Ah! I'll just see if anybody needs another campaign run and just do it. I have all week to do it, so. Because it would be worth farming. Are Lost Sectors still focused on help? No, it just gives you an exotic engram now. So, like, I recommend the Dreaming City Lost Sector because it's just, Ophidian's Rest is just really fast and easy. And you just get an exotic engram. They don't drop that often, unfortunately. I got 2 exotics in like 8 or 9 runs, which is not horrible, but it says it's a common drop. It is not a common drop. Common means every other or every run, not fucking one every 4 or 5. Actually, I think I might have done like 12 runs actually. So I got 2 in like 12. But yeah, it just gives you an engram, then you just focus it at Rahul. can't shoot my gun. There we go. The fuck? Do you not get that exotic chest piece for your hunter with ciphers from Rahul? I don't think I can, but that's... I don't really care about that. I want to be able to unlock this area. That's why I have to beat the campaign. But I don't really care about the exotic. The exotic's terrible. You can get the exotic by doing this seasonal activity thing that's on this planet. It shows up like once every few hours. Dude. Just keep getting the same roll over and over again. Just trying to get one chess piece. Honestly, any any of the pieces with the correct roll would be a step forward. Morning, Drew. How's it going, dude? Good team win last night? Yeah. Pretty ugly game, though. Panthers are one of the worst teams in football. So, it wasn't pretty, but whatever. We're so fucking injured, and it's not even funny. Defense played really well, though, for being on like the third and fourth strings. But they're one of the best defensive games we had. But again, horrible teams, so not really something to brag about. Broncos fans are familiar with ugly wins? Yeah, but at least you have a fucking god tier defense. And your offense should be a lot better than it is, but I think the reason why your offense sucks is because your coach is a moron. I hate Sean Payton. I think Sean Payton is a fucking terrible coach. Your defense is amazing. I just don't think he's a good coach. You guys drafted RJ Harvey just for him to sit on the bench 99% of the year. Maybe now he'll finally get used that since Dobbins is out for the year. Like, Dobbins is a good, decent backup, but he's not a good, like, he's not a starting caliber running back. He doesn't even have a knee, dude. And is literally minus knees. And again, like, why draft Harvey if you're not going to use him? Payton's not the only idiot, though. There's plenty of idiot coaches. A lot of teams fucking drafted running backs super high and didn't use them. Fucking
Trayvon fucking Henderson for the like Mike Vrabel's also a fucking moron. Tomlin's a moron. Drafted fucking Johnson, just did not use him at all. So many fucking. Happy I got Salah back. Yeah. Hopefully he just stays this time. Hopefully he realizes he's just not good enough to be a head coach and just. That's like the dream, man. One of the hardest things to do in football is have like a good defensive coordinator for a very long time, because they always, if you're on a good team, they always get fucking hired as a coach and then fail. Like, I don't think there's ever really been a good defensive coordinator as a coach besides like Belichick. But Belichick kind of got lucky just because Brady's so good. But I'm hoping with Vance Joseph, who's the defensive coordinator. Is that your head coach? Because I would say your coach is your defensive coordinator. John Payton has no offensive line. But yeah. So I hope Salah just sticks around this time. Like that's why the Chiefs are so good. Like, people don't really talk about it. Like, the reason why the Chiefs are so good is because Spags has literally been there the whole time. Like, Spags is an amazing defensive coordinator. No, like, Salah's doing an amazing job with what he's had to deal with this year. Literally missing like almost our entire starting off our defensive players. We're obviously missing like Bosa and Fred Warner, who are the big names. But we're missing so many other players too. It's crazy. But yeah, I don't know. It's a weird season, like, as a 49ers fan. Like, of course you want to win. Of course you want, like, all that stuff. But, like, we don't stand a chance in the playoffs. Like, you can't win playoff games without, like, without those type of players. I think Bosa's the biggest hit. I think people think it's Fred, but it's not. I think it's Bosa. Because we have no fucking... We don't... Like, you watched last night's game, man. Bryce Young was under no duress that entire game, and Bryce Young's offensive line is not good. Like, we can't even get pressure on bad offensive lines, let alone good offensive lines. And that cohesive coaching staff is one of the keys to building a championship team. Shout out to Hufunga. Dude's been electric. Greenlaw has been the question mark. Yeah, Greenlaw's not good. Greenlaw is a Fred Warner merchant. He's good when he's healthy, but he's never healthy. Just like this year, like, he hasn't been healthy until like didn't start playing until like week 7, week 8. Then he's still kind of like been mediocre when he's been playing. No, Hufunga is fantastic. I wish out of like everyone was making a big deal about losing Greenlaw. I don't care about Greenlaw. He's older. Injury prone. Hufunga was the one I wish we could have kept because he's super young. He is injury prone. He's extremely injury prone. Like, he's already been injured again this year. But it's kind of just because of the way he plays. But yeah, I do like Hufunga. He's a great player. He's weird though. He's not really a safety. He's more like he's just another linebacker. He's not a great, like, he's not good in coverage. Like, he's the definition of a strong safety. You guys ensured Mac Jones gets a contract from the Raiders? Hopefully we can get like a 2nd round pick for Mac Jones. I think we will. I mean, he's just proved he's a starting caliber quarterback, and you don't trade a starting caliber quarterback for anything less than like a 2nd round pick. So I think we're gonna get a free 2nd round pick, which is nice out of that. I think that was like, I said it before the season even started, and I got made fun of. I said Mac Jones is like one of the best signings I've ever seen the Niners make in recent years. Like, we paying him basically nothing, and Shanahan is a fantastic quarterbacks coach. He fixes so many quarterbacks. Like, so many quarterbacks have gone through the 49ers and then, like, turn their careers around, right? So, Shanahan's a quarterbacks coach. So, bringing in Mac, letting him learn, under Shanahan. Also letting him learn from Purdy because I think Purdy's a very good quarterback. He's still not 100%. He's still, you can still see it, but like because every other quarterback's also talked about Purdy, like learning from him, even though he's younger than them. But yeah, he is the quarterback whisperer. He is definitely one of them. There's a couple of them, but yeah, no, Mac Jones. We should get a second round pick out of that, which would be great. We need to have a good draft though. But man, the NFC West is I hate it, man. I just want our division to be shit just once. Just once. I would love to know what it's like to have a fucking dog shit like division. Our division has been so good for so long. And just when you think like, oh, the Seahawks are finally going to be bad, they have to go and rebuild, they turned it around in like 2 years. And now, in my opinion, the Seahawks are the best team in our division. It's not the Rams. I think the Rams are extremely overrated. Like, for example, they played each other, right, 2 weeks ago, and the Seahawks completely pretty much stopped the Rams' offense for the most part. The only reason why the Seahawks lost that game is because Darnold threw 4 interceptions. Like, if you just lose one of those, if he doesn't get rid of one of those interceptions, they destroy the Rams. But yeah, I think the Seahawks are terrifying, unfortunately. Their only weakness is their offensive line. Their defense on all sides on all fronts is amazing. Sam Darnold is a great quarterback, like for what he is. Like all you need in a quarterback. You don't need more than that. He's like a lot like Mac. And then JSN I think is the best receiver in the league right now. Division is scary. It's very scary. Bears were scary until they lost their entire running back and O-line room. The Chargers have a similar issue to you guys, except it's even worse. Chargers have the worst offensive coordinator in the NFL. As a previous Greg Roman hater, like he used to be on the 49ers, he is the worst offensive coordinator I've ever seen. That dude is so fucking shit, it's crazy. And he ruins every team. And for some reason, Harbaugh is obsessed with him. He had him when he was on the Niners. Now he fucking, is the Chargers. Like, he just makes offenses horrible and worse. Like, he's just such a bad OC. And yeah, like, their O-line is abysmal. Chiefs are the Chiefs. I think the Chiefs are bad. I don't think the Chiefs are going to make the playoffs this year. I hope they don't. I think the whole world doesn't want them to make the playoffs. Getaway art is better than the Enmo Syntho Necrotic or Felner. I prefer Lightning Surge, but I will use what's best. Just different, but I would say this is way stronger than Enmo Syntho build, in my opinion. Is Renegades next week? I think so. It's like the 2nd, I think. And just cannot get recipes. Yeah, your division is weird. 3 of your 4 teams are good, like any given Sunday good. I think the Chiefs are obviously the overall best team in the division. You can't take that title away from them, even though they're struggling this year. Like, overall, they have the most talent on their team. But mostly that's just because, like, if you guys had a quarterback, you would be by far the best team in the division. But I just don't think Bo Nix is that guy. I think he's fine. I think he's a good enough. You guys aren't going to get a new quarterback. You're going to keep him, and maybe you can develop him. But Sean Payton's not doing him any favors. But like the Chiefs and the Chargers both have, great quarterbacks. Like, and that's the most important thing in the NFL is having a quarterback. So that's like the advantage that they have on you guys. But again, like your defense is disgusting. Like your defense has been disgusting without Surtain because he's been hurt the last couple weeks or whatever. And like when he's in there, he's the best corner in the league. Like him and Stingley are the 2 best corners in the league. So yeah, like your defense is disgusting. Your defensive line is fucking disgusting. I've never seen. That's not true. Your defensive line is like 2008 18 or whatever year it was Rams when they had fucking like the most disgusting defensive line ever. Not the year they won the Super Bowl. It was like before that, I believe. I think it was the year when they went with Goff. Whatever year that was. I was a Bonita fan from the... Love that guy. Now Nick Bonita's amazing. But it's not just him, man. It's the whole line. I can't even name your defensive line because they're like people I've just never heard of, but they're just all amazing. Like your rotation, like all your rotation players on that defensive line is disgusting. Like obviously Bonita's like the flashy player, but then the opposite of him is also amazing. He's a little bit older. I think of his name at the moment. Actually have him in Dynasty. What's his name? Cooper. Jonathan Cooper. Like he's an amazing other edge rusher. So you have two amazing edge rushers, and then like everybody in the middle is just so good. Like there's like 4 or 5 people in the middle that are just good. Kill for that defense. To be fair, I think we do have that defense when we're not dead. We're so dead. Like our defense the first week of the season was amazing. It looked like we were back, and then all of a sudden, just death. Just so many fucking injuries. Also, yeah, I agree with what you said before, that the Raiders are the worst team in football. I think so. Zach Allen, Jonathan Cooper, Malcolm Roach, crack John Franklin Myers in the middle too. Fleeced the Jets for him last year. They never should have left Oakland. I don't think that's the issue. I just think that they're just a badly run organization. Like I just think there's certain organizations that are just always going to be bad because they're just not run very well. Like organizations that I just don't ever see changing are like Cardinals, Raiders, Jets, Dolphins. I don't see the Dolphins ever changing. Jags probably. Ownership changes everything. I've learned that ownership and the general manager, man. Like, ownership's important because you have to have an owner willing to spend money. Oh, Bengals will never change. Bengals will always be fucking horrible because they're cheap. They don't pay their players. Like two of the best examples of like just amazingly well-run teams are the Niners and the Eagles. And the biggest thing that separates the Niners and the Eagles from a lot of other teams in the NFL are their general managers. Like I think those are the two best general managers in the league. They're both willing to like constantly look for trades, constantly improve their team. They are smart with you know, drafting, stuff like that. And again, like they both also have good owners. But everybody, like, there's just no excuse to not have a good owner. Like, if you have a bad owner, that's just, like, I don't know, it's kind of pathetic. Like, if your owner, like the Bengals owners, like, if you just not willing to actually, like, pay players, that's insane. Because, like, everybody has a cap, right? Like, you can only spend so much, so it's not like there's an advantage. There's, like, there's literally teams that are just cheap, don't even spend the cap. Like, they don't even get to the cap. GM and head coach being on the same page for drafting and trading is huge, for sure. What's the 49ers' biggest needs next year? A corner. We need like a superstar corner. The biggest thing is staying healthy. But I would say on defense, it's a superstar corner. Like, we need that. Pat Surtain, Stingley, fucking AJ Terrell. Like we need that level of corner, like that superstar. And then on offense, our offensive line is... honestly, our offensive line is more important than a corner. Our offensive line is arguably the worst in the NFL. And the only reason why it doesn't sometimes seem that bad is because Kyle's a genius. Like Shanahan's a genius with play calling. He knows how to like make our offensive line play better than they are. And that Trent Williams is still playing. Trent Williams is like 37 years old. I don't know if he's going to even play next year. Like, he might, but he's not. He's like nowhere near as good as he once was. Like, he's probably the greatest left tackle in the history of the sport, but he's 36 or 37 years old. Like, he's... Unk doesn't got it anymore. Not really. He's still good. He's just no longer elite. He's too old. I would say those are the Niners' biggest needs. And then we just need to stay healthy, man. I don't know what the fuck we got to do to figure out this injury shit. It's like, dude, in the last like 6 seasons or something, 7 seasons, pretty sure we have at least 3 seasons as the most injured team in the NFL. Like, sure, some of that's bad luck, but there's got to be something else going on there. Like, freak injuries you can't change. Like, Bosa's ACL, like, that's a freak injury. That you can't do anything about. But, like, some of the, like, the banged up injuries, like constant banged up injuries, just have to be on, like, the medical and fitness, coaching staff and stuff. 15 exotic shards and 11 engram ciphers later, I got enough shit rolls of Graviton to forfeit my efforts. Oh, I'm sorry, dude. That sucks. I mean, I've been doing this whole time and can't fucking buy a chess piece, so I feel you, dude. I feel you. It'll always be upset we didn't get Kyle Shanahan. It would have been perfect given his dad's history with us. Yeah. Shanahan does some stuff that annoys me sometimes, but like I would never get rid of him. If our team ever got rid of Shanahan, like it would just be the end of the Niners for a while. Like that would just be stupid. I don't think John Lynch loves fucking Shanahan, so there's just no chance of that happening. Like they love each other. They draft together. I'd say the only thing that John Lynch and Shanahan fuck up on consistently, not very good at drafting first round picks. I think I'm not saying drafting is tough. But I think first rounds are easier than other rounds. It's weird. Like, they're amazing at drafting third round picks. Like, arguably the best in the NFL at drafting third, fourth, fifth round picks. Like, all of our best players come from the third through fifth round. Literally, like Fred, Kittle, Lenore. Like, there's so many really good players that come from late round picks. So, like, they're consistently good at that. But then, like, first round picks, like, outside of, like, Nick Bosa, we have fucked up a lot of first round picks. And Nick Bosa is, like, impossible to fuck up. Because that was, like, a sure thing. So, but I think it's because they take they take big risks. Like, they always go after the player that's, like, has crazy potential. It's not a sure thing. Like, the potential is higher than the sure thing. But, I don't know. Like, Trey Lance, Solomon Thomas, trying to think of other first round. Obviously, a lot of our first round picks have also been like late first. Like, I don't think Ricky Pearsall or Ayuk are bad first round. Ayuk's an amazing first round pick. That's another one I forgot about. And like Ricky Pearsall's an end of the first round, and I think he's good. So that's not a bad pick. But I'm talking about like the early ones, like Trey Lance, Solomon Thomas. There was another one that I can't remember who it was. There was another really bad, like top fucking 10 first round pick that we fucked up. John Lynch and his history with Mike Shannon too, and Mike McCaffrey's dad on the same Broncos team. The 49ers are basically the NFC Broncos. Yeah. I was easy to root for y'all given all those historical connections. I like Pearsall for sure. Me too. The thing that I hate about Pearsall is how people view Pearsall. Like, even 49ers fans, they're like, I literally like Pearsall, but I wish he wasn't injury prone. Dude is not injury prone. He got shot in year 1. That's not an injury. That's not like something that is something to do with being injury prone. The motherfucker got shot during a fucking robbery. Like, that's not injury prone. And then this year he hurt his fucking like MCL or PCL or whatever. Again, that's not really like an injury prone issue. That's just like when you hurt your knee ligaments, that's just freak accidents. But that's his first injury. He's like only been in the NFL for 2 years. So I don't know why people are saying he's injury prone. But no, I like Pearsall. I think he's very good. He's a very good route runner. Great hands. And he started off the season amazing against good teams. Since coming back from his injury, he hasn't had a good game yet, but I don't know if we're unlocking him really yet. Hopefully he has a good end of the season. He started off really good. He had like 200 or 300-yard games in the first four games, I want to say. I think he had like 200s and an 80. He was looking like really good. Hopefully he can get back to that. I just can't get a chess piece, man. Why is this so difficult? I go work and learn, but always fun chatting football. I think you're the only D2 streamer who does. Yeah? I love sports, man. I can talk any sport except for like baseball. Have a good day at work, dude. What the? Where's my eager edge? Is my... There it goes. What the hell? That was weird. Did I just get these? Oh, no. What the? Why am I in first person? What? Where's my gun? Dude, that's why my eager edge wasn't working. There's some weird bug I keep doing where I don't have a gun. Well, I just ate my grenade. How come I don't have a buddy? All right, man. I broke my game. Am I doing much for Thanksgiving? I'm not doing anything. I'm gonna be on my own at home. I'm gonna build it so good it breaks the game. Seriously, dude. What was that? That was weird. Dude, I'm not doing it. I have no plans for Thanksgiving. Bro, my gun is at first. What? What? How do I keep doing that? What is going on here? And my eager edge is not working. It did it again. All right. The new Destiny 2, the video game, man. I'm just a reticle. I don't have hands. Watch, and what I probably won't have eager edge. Okay, no, I have eager edge this time. But I don't have a buddy, bro. I gotta reset my instance or something. What the shit? I mean, I have been in here for a minute. On my gun again. I don't have my hands. How long has it been doing this? I wonder if I just didn't notice and it was doing it for a while. I was talking football so much. I wasn't really paying attention. This is hilarious, though. Oh. No. This just needed to be melee and we were good. It is better than nothing, but... Alright, let's see. What does it hit now? I think it'll be this. It'll be like the same. Yeah. Fuck. I mean, I do have a triple 100 at least. Yeah. So I do have a triple 100 with this chest piece over this one. Just don't know if I want to, like... You don't get any stats for doing this, do you? I don't really care about these mats, to be fair. I don't know if I want to... No. You get, like, other stats. And see, like, my legs aren't good either. I have class for both. Like, one of them gets me to 190, and then I can put on a different thing. Wait. Do I have to put on a... Because, like, my helmet is +5, which would be 90. Arms are fine. And then... Chest piece would also be another +5, would be 95. Legs would be 200. So, yeah, I don't need another mod. I just need perfect armor, which I can't fucking get. I forget. Are we getting armor from... What time is it? Do we get armor from this event, or is it just weapons? You get tier 5 armor from all the arms? No, I think it's just a weapon. Maybe I do. No armor? Is it really 0 armor? Because obviously the prime drops can be armor, but that's unfortunate. I guess I could get the bonus drops, right? That would be armor. I feel like I was getting armor. I just don't. I'm gonna do one quick speed run. Just want to make sure. It's like you definitely get like 2 weapon drops from the event, but I think you do have a chance of getting random armor pieces because you get like a total of 3 drops from Ultimate. I think. Could be wrong. I swear I've been getting armor. I just wasn't paying attention. I was just instantly deleting him like an idiot. It gives Bushido on the end. Okay, that's what I thought. What the fuck? Why am I taking damage? What am I taking damage to? Cheating bitch. Okay. I hate that. No starting ammo just doesn't automatically reload to your gun when you get ammo. It's so dumb. Okay. Why? Does that keep happening? This fucking shit is annoying as hell. Taking like phantom damage constantly. This was not happening yesterday. And for some reason, like my Phoenix dive is just broken in specifically the salt mines. Like every other run, it just doesn't work. Weird. It's not working this run. Sometimes it works. Very odd. All right, let's see. Let's see. I got a gun, and then Yeah, I did get armor. Imagine. Oh, so close. Fuck. I did only get one weapon, so I think it's just random. I thought I almost got the chest piece I wanted first try. Is crazy. It would have been melee. We would have been good. Yeah, like it might be worth, because this is way fast. Well, no, the other shit you get constant armor is just, but dude, my RNG is just so bad. And that other shit is crazy. And I want to switch to my hunter. I do want to farm my hunter. I mean, I do have all week, but fuck it, we're going back. Gotta. These have the same. I'm assuming they don't, right? They have different blows with the rocket, grenade launcher, or micro missile, temporary decrease incoming area of effect damage. Wait, what was the second part? When force assertion is active, taking melee damage because you emitted disorienting burst once. Eh. Alright, what's the other one? I don't know if I have any pieces for the other. Fuck. Wait, I wish you could see renewal and adapter. Okay. Do I have any renewal pieces? Seriously? Must not be good. I haven't kept any. Fuck. Switching to helmet for a little bit. I got a renewal piece. I can see what it does. This dumb game. Let's see. Oh, it's the same. Wait, no, it's not. Their final blow with a rocket grenade launcher or micro missile sprint for a short time to gain speed booster once per activation of force converters. Okay, ass. Absolute ass. Crazy, man. I kind of called it when this expansion was first, like, not coming out, but like when they were first previewing it and they're talking about like the armor sets, and I was like, armor sets are a great idea if done well, but I don't think there's been a single armor set bonus that matters. I think they've all just been very mediocre or shit. I don't even think I rock one. I think there's like an ammo one that's decent. That's it. Smoke is good enough for me to farm. Let's smoke. Like, let's see. Iron adapter, iron adapter. So I technically have the iron adapter ones on. I have iron adapter on. Unintentionally. I think it's just because this is the only armor set that's like farmable. I think I do have the one from Solstice as well. I was able to farm. Not, but it was before this build, so I didn't actually get it with this build, which is unfortunate. I think that one was good. I think it was ammo related. Damn it. This fucking computer, man. Man, I really just can't get one piece. There's one god roll piece. Fuck, man. Come on, Bungie. Just give me one piece. I feel like this hasn't been a waste. Only the chest piece worked. Or the ghost mod, I mean. Not just the ghost mod. What? Stop giving me art or weapons, man. Of course. I'm pretty sure this is the one piece I don't need, and I've got, and I get the god roll. I hate this. Uh, yeah, it's the one piece I'm good on. Fuck me. I don't need arms because my exotic is arms. This game fucking stinks. Hating. No, right now I'm attuned to helmet, which I'm still not getting, so it doesn't matter. None of that shit works, man. Focusing, attuning, like, none of it works. Just bad systems. Great. Got your roll in 15 minutes. Not me, man. I can't get shit. I just got a class item in arms, even though I'm attuned to helmet. Earlier, I was attuned to chest piece. Was getting everything constantly. Couldn't get the roll. Did get a lot of chest pieces, just couldn't get the roll. Painful, man. What's crazy too is I need 4 pieces. Or 3 pieces. I need a better helmet, a better fucking chest piece, and better legs. And I can't get... I haven't been able to get any of that. Nah, I don't care about the set bonus. I'm just trying to get the right roll. My garage is not working again. Helmet. Get really bored of this shit, I recommend reclaim speedruns. Get multiple rolls per run, might get lucky. Reclaim? What is reclaim? Is that plague lands thing? I see your head's not working again, man. What the hell is wrong with this game? Fire team ops gets 5 drops per run. Isn't it like crazy long though? This one, right? Or is it any of them? I didn't even know there was more than one. Is it this one? Conductor's Keep? Any of them? Cabal is the easiest. This one? Wait, but this one doesn't have... This one doesn't have match game. Why the fuck doesn't it have match game? This is fire team ops, man. What the fuck? What kind of bug is that? Why does this not have matchmaking? Is it all of fire team ops supposed to have matchmaking? That's like the whole point. That's so weird. Oh, I'm hungry. This is kind of hard with the Vex. That's the only one with matchmaking. I'm not gonna solo fire team ops. That shit takes so long, even with 2 people. Aren't they all the same thing? I didn't even know there was a difference. The hell? uh... It's because I'm in a fucking console lobby, man. I love console players. I really wish we could turn off playing with console players as PC players. They're fucking... PlayStation 4 is just so shit. It's insane. Wait, why are these minusing score? Where's Grenadier, man? The score doesn't even matter, does it? I don't even need to put this stuff on, right? I don't care what level it is. Or will it fuck with my tier 5 loot? think it'll fuck with my tier 5 loot. It will fuck only the power. You sure? Sucks there's no grenadier. I don't know why there isn't. I don't know where it is. Like, invis. Why do I not have an objective? What? No, I know that, but for some reason I didn't have an objective. Normally these like 3 individual things have their own objective. That one didn't have an objective. It was just not showing it. Like if it's kill stuff, normally it would say kill stuff, but it's just not saying anything. Like this one you get like an immune guy and you have to break shields, right? Yeah. So far, though, I'm getting screwed. My loot's all tier 3. Again, I don't know why. That doesn't make sense. I'm 500. Not being 500 is guaranteed tier 5. Why would you ever want under tier 5? How did that not finish it? I thought they were supposed to give you 500 each. What the scam? This is so long, dude. This is why I just don't think this is worth. Without matchmaking, this shit is so long. Because with matchmaking, you split up and one does each. Like each person just does one. But like solo, this activity is so bad, so long. I have to do this like 4 times. And then the boss has fucking like billions of health, and that fucking stupid mechanic. We have to shoot those stupid things. Why does it keep changing it? I know that tank has no health, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't register that I'm still shooting it. Look at it. This fucking computer, dude. I'm gonna lose my mind. This fucking game mode is so bugged. Why is there an enemy shooting from behind? That doesn't make any sense. There's like, why is he shooting me from behind? That's a completely different activity. Stop switching my thing, dude. Why does it keep doing that? Dude, look how much fucking health this thing has. Insane. Of course. It bugged out. Didn't count that. Wait. Why did it... Dude. Yeah. That is not worth it. It's just too long and I didn't get a single drop. Fuck. 2 arms. That really fucked me. No, all good, dude. I don't know why it's not. It's fire team. I don't. Bungie's just stupid. Why is it bugged? Why would fire team ops not just all be match made? It's literally called fire team ops. You shouldn't be able to do it solo. It doesn't make any sense. You know? Bungie's just dumb, dude. Let's see something. Switch my hunter for a minute. I might have exotic engrams on my other characters. Oh, my Titan has one. My hunter has none. I don't think I've played my hunter once this season. Oh wait, no, I did play a little bit during the solstice event. Yeah, gonna try to. More so testing something. I want to see if I can. I don't. I don't think I did the campaign on this character. No, I did not. I can't access it. Fuck me, dude. What a terrible game design. What? Yeah, see. I can't buy that chess piece. That's what I thought. funny how I have some tier 5 armor because of Solstice. Why am I only at 170, man? Guess I don't have the armor on my hunter.
does this shit tell me to go to the tower? What does it want from me? No idea. All right, let's see. This might go terribly. Silly Miwa. First things first, I am hideous. Ape strong together. Yeah, the floaty part doesn't shade.
All right, now we can game. Look good, play good. That's just how it works. I don't know if I'm gonna. Hopefully this works. I don't really know how I was unstopping on my warlock. This won't be as fast on my hunter. The buddies were doing all the work on the overloads. I have no idea how that's unstopping. Not supposed to be. I think it's an artifact mod that's just bugging out. This is one hunter build I have a lot of fun with. I'm dead. I thought I'm gonna have a third super is hilarious. First try! Let's go! Hey, Joss, what do you know about this hunter build, dude? You ever tried this? This is funny as shit. No, you're a hunter main. Oh. Yeah, it's a gifted conviction. You just have the slide melee and the I don't remember what it's called, the fucking in the air thing. Infinitely. Just have those two abilities constantly. Yeah, if I could get this to 200, we'd be gaming. Gaming grenades with Shinobu's Val all day. Nah, you gotta watch this, man. Trust me, it's way more fun. Just watch. Just watch, just watch. First, you come in here and you go slide. Boom, everything dies. Alright, now I don't have my melee anymore. But, do this. Ta-da, melee's back. Very fun. Please, game. Let me fucking slide. See? Very fun. I'm dead. Holy shit. Oh, dead again. Dude. You're back. Where is it? Where'd my turret go, man? Where the fuck did it go? Dude, I don't know where my turret is. It's like... it's broken somewhere. Oh, I'm dead. Dude, I can't. It's so broken. Oh. Let's go. All right. See if I can get one of these exotics. Definitely think I'm going to be doing this all week long. All right, so Orpheus definitely want super, and I'm trying to think what you'd want on Graviton. Maybe class, because it's one way of going invis. This depends on your void build. Me what? Problem is I have new builds on my hunter. It's like, I think I'm gonna go Mobius for sure. And then what? And then Traverse Ambush is the one where you, yeah, that one's good. And then Vanishing Step. Dodging makes you invisible. Marksman Dodge you can use for reload, or you could go Gambler's Dodge to get your melee back, right? Dodge to perform a down avoiding combat attack and generate melee and melee energy. Getting energy is scaled by your melee stat. This uses. Does Quickfall use your. Yeah, okay, it uses your melee. So I should probably go melee. So then. That's just another way of going invis. Damn, dude. Is there a plus 10 melee anywhere? Yeah. Beating targets with grenades grants volatile rounds. Ass. Hold on. Wasn't there something in here about void melee? Is there any getting melee? Echo of Exchange now gives plus 10 melee. Okay. What is Echo of Exchange? Melee final blows grant grenade energy. Yeah, so I definitely think I want that. But like, what do I want that instead of? That's so strong. That's so strong. I guess that one. And I'm going to be using Foe Tracer and legs. God damn, I got nothing. With these two. Are they the same? This random is weapon, which is ass. This random is super, which is good. Wait. Yeah. Ooh, that class item is actually perfect for this. Oof. I need more class, man. I need arms and a helmet badly. Or arms, I guess, not helmet. All right, so then what do I want on this? Melee super, for sure. Yeah, okay. Please. That's good. I would rather have class than grenade, but that's good. That's a one of the two god rolls that I want for sure. Man, I need like a full set of armor. Fuck yeah, dude. All right. I also need a pair of Orpheus rigs, which... Oof. All right, Pedros. I'm actually out of here. So I will see you tomorrow, dude. Thanks for chilling, though, bud. All right, that's all my exotics. I don't think these. Yeah, these are per account. All right, chat. Anyways, thank you guys for hanging out. It was good. I'll see you guys tomorrow, same time. More exotic farming and build crafting, getting ready for the new expansion in next week. So, thank you guys for chilling. I'll see you guys later. Peace.